All right, we're live on YouTube. Let me get the chat popped out there. What up, Zerk? How you doing? And what up, Trakich? How you doing? Let's switch to the right screen. Let's get a more upbeat album going. Came back from a round 3 interview. Nice. What kind of role? A mechanical software company. Okay, cool. Um, is it like a bigger company we might know? I mean, that's up to you. You don't have to at all. You don't have to say anything. If you want to share, you can. But yeah, not a big deal if you don't. TGW Logistics. Ooh, I don't know anything about them. Hell yeah, dude. Happy for you. Good job. In the middle of a move? Yeah, no worries, man. Don't stress about that. I stream a lot. It's rare for someone to catch every single stream. There's a couple people that do. But yeah, don't stress about that. I'm slacking on it. I know. Yeah, that's one. Like, I got so much that I need to do that I'm just not doing. So, yeah, we got to do it. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. I just need to register another business, get a proper code for like wholesaling and merchandise and stuff. It'll also be the business that I start doing my stream stuff under. Generally, you can go from LLC to S or C Corp, but you can't go back. Sole proprietorship, you can go into any other business from there. And in general, as an LLC, if you're a single member LLC, most places treat you as a sole proprietorship anyway, right? As far as taxes and a lot of that stuff's concerned. Like, any good lawyer can pierce that corporate veil really easily. So in general, start sole proprietorship because you're not going to get the liability protection from an LLC anyway. If you're a single person. Keep in mind, I am not a lawyer. Check with other people. Still treat it like a proper business. Don't funnel it straight to your own bank account. And you could be an LLC, sure. But any good lawyer, right? If you end up having something that causes a bunch of liability on your part, it's a problem. That's incorrect full stacking. That's the whole piercing the corporate veil that I was just talking about. Any good lawyer will be able to pierce that liability protection by piercing the corporate veil for a single member LLC. Single member LLCs are basically not much protection, especially depending on how you operate the LLC. If you're doing cash injections, if there's just a lot of ways that a good lawyer can pierce that corporate veil. I would say if you have any of these real questions, talk to a lawyer. I don't know for sure. These are the things I've read and heard. Like Washington State doesn't even have a way for you to do single member LLC like tax stuff. You just file as a sole proprietor. Right? The business is still an LLC, but the way you do your tax filings is as a sole proprietor. All right, so the part that we want to work on here, we want to do the edit page. When we click edit, that doesn't really do anything. And it should. So we got to make it do something. And yeah, conference details component. Conference details form. All right, so we've got the edit page. And we ended up just copying and pasting a bunch of stuff. This is wrong. For Magento back in 2010. Yeah, Magento was great. And yeah, Washington State really does kind of kill it. They do some other things wrong. This is all TypeScript. Sam over on YouTube. I use all sorts of languages. For this project, it's TypeScript. So yeah, what we're doing mainly right now is we are migrating a bunch of page-specific functionality into this form that we're going to share between the edit page and the new page. All right, so then this, we need some props to come into it. Conference. Oh, that's what I wanted. All right, there we go. Sam, we don't make recommendations like that. There's plenty of places to learn. Asking random streams what language to learn is really bad. All right, on submit is another argument we're going to take. You didn't have to delete the comment there, Sam. All right. Another thing we want to pass is the cancel URL. All right, so we'll call that good. Yeah. Okay, so we extracted the form. Now we just need to put it in those other pages. All right, we're not getting the conference yet. That is something that we're doing on this page. So we need to mimic a little bit of that. Okay, so then, yeah, we can do that there. And what's up, Ireal? How you doing? Conference we don't need to pass. But I messed up in the arguments for it, or the parameters, or whatever. Conference here is optional. So I think I still wanted that on the page. And to sleep soon? Yeah, no worries. Oh, gotcha, Ray. Um, when you say zero, do you mean the sync engine, right? By Rocky Core or whatever, or Rocky Corp? I don't know how to pronounce it. I have not yet. Ah, you're in New Zealand. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have mostly pulled this out, but I think, yeah, we still probably just want to do like a back when we do that. So here in edit, though, it's not going to be add to collection. It's going to be update in collection, which we don't have going right now. New Zealand doesn't exist? Maybe. There's a whole subreddit, World Maps Without New Zealand. I didn't know that. That's funny. Okay. All right. Update in collection. It's unlikely this is just gonna flat out like work and everything's hunky dory, but we'll see. So we get the collection, we find the existing item, we make sure it's there, we parse the data that we're passing, we don't necessarily want to do any of this until we do the adapters stuff. So let me double check what we're doing up in here. We do a check for the current adapter, which we are doing. Perfect. So then it would just be this dot current adapter update file. And we don't have that. We see create file, but instead of create file, maybe it's put file. Because then put file is good for creating and updating. In general, a put is a way that you could do an upsert. Yes. The main difference between put and patch is that patch can do individual fields. Put, you have to send the entire object. But in many cases, put can be an upsert rather than just an insert. In many cases, you're better off doing a patch anyway, but the GitHub API doesn't support patch. So we just have to do put. Always just called it upsert. Yeah, because put doesn't necessarily imply that it's an update, right? Put is just the HTTP method. How you'd make that happen is totally up to you, right? In most cases, you're going to do a post versus a put. The reason is post implies side effects, right? Whereas put should be idempotent. So I think it's technically wrong of GitHub to do it that way, but, you know, good luck getting them to change. Yeah, you like the name. I really like the name too. So create or update, they make it a put request. And technically, no, like put would be idempotent even if it's doing a create. So now they're doing it right. But post is not idempotent. So that's the big thing there. Right? Or post could be idempotent, but it's not like required by convention. Yep. Theoretically, a patch should also be idempotent, right? All idempotency means is you can make the request multiple times and it's not going to change anything, right? Whereas post is for anything, right? Like you are inherently mutating something. Like in a way that is theoretically not reproducible. You wouldn't get the exact same result from a subsequent post with the same stuff. So one way to think about that is because the application we have is controlling the ID, then a put makes a lot of sense. But if you were posting data that didn't have the ID in it, then every post would create a new item, which is not idempotent because it's a whole new item rather than like being repeatable, you know? So yeah, idempotency is about repeatability. Can you repeat it without creating extra stuff? Yeah, I mean, it's fine, Krasner's. Like, here's the best part. You don't need to know this stuff inherently. You can figure it out as you go, like you just did, right? I think that's a thing that a lot of people get hung up on. They think they need to know absolutely everything about something before they can get started. Nah, man. It's just not the way to think about it. Like, my favorite way to think about knowledge is a graph, right? You're not going to take in the entire graph. That just doesn't work. You start at a specific point and your knowledge of something branches out of connections of different like bits of knowledge about that item as the graph forms. Will your graph be the same as someone else's graph? No. Will they eventually be able to overlap? Maybe. But just all knowledge works that way, in my opinion. Yeah, just like learning what you need to accomplish a goal is what everyone, even Sam, if you're still out there, should be focusing on. Exactly, Krasner, because eventually you can learn the proper way. Yeah, I mean, I would say learning like the architecture of a system. Care about the architecture that you actually need to know about. You don't need to know about how emails are sent if you're trying to solve some other problems, right? Like, in general, a giant architecture diagram isn't useful to anybody because you're only going to care about the section that you care about, right? And I think that's why a lot of like architecture diagram tools fall down because they're not nearly as composable as they should be. Right? Like one way to think about it is the tools and systems you need to accomplish a task can be thought of as an atom, and they will eventually make up part of what is a molecule. But then eventually you zoom out, and an entire company's product is this like organism that is made up of all these molecules that are made up of all of these atoms. You don't need to know the entire organism to modify part of an atom or to identify the atom that you need to care about. It's maybe not a great example. I just came up with it. I'm working on it. I'm workshopping it. I mean, there's a reason general practitioners will refer you to a specialist because the specialist needs to focus in on the atom or the organ that they specialize in. General practitioners can only get you so far. They can help you figure out which subsystem to look at, but they're not the expert on it. So it almost like it follows like the hierarchy at a lot of organizations. At a lot of organizations, the higher level engineers and architects and blah blah blah, have a broad view of things, but they may not know the specifics about how one subsystem is doing things and why it's doing it specifically. That's almost how I feel like these like vibe coding tools work. They operate at it from like a top level, which means they're really bad at the interpersonal parts, right? Like the more specific sections as the organism grows. Yeah, I was talking with Melky yesterday, and he was surprised that my career was mainly front end because like he mentioned how much I do and know about like back end stuff. Doesn't mean I'm an expert, but like I've done enough back end stuff that I can walk the walk a little bit. I can talk the talk. So yeah, at some point I'd love to get like more of like a principal slash staff role, like CTO type stuff. I think that's my dream. I just think I'm pretty well suited to developer advocacy at the moment too. But yeah, so we do a put file here. The message is create collection. What is that second thing? The content? Okay, yeah. So then let's double check here in the engine. Yeah, so I think we just have that type wrong. Instead of T, it needs to be T bracket. But yeah, how you doing, bad man, Mister Sir? Did you end up getting Borderlands 2? Now, this part seems off. Ah, that would be it. No worries. I was just curious. Right, so this one just puts it in. Yeah, so here we probably just want to like do something like this. All right, so then this is broken because we still have create file when it should be put file. Now, here's my next thought. GitLab REST API. Repository files, and so they got the get. Shit. All right, so now this is a mistake. We still want create file and update file on the top level of the adapter because GitHub does put. Well, hold on, let me read this. Here's what we're going to do. Private async put file. Right? We can do that. So then still at the top level, create an update still. Right? So, yeah, the adapter creators are responsible for filling out this contract of having an update file and a create file function. But under the hood, if it's GitHub, you can use the same function, so we can just do that. So yeah, it's an under the hood problem. Even though we're only doing GitHub right now, we're gonna do GitLab. We're gonna do Bitbucket. I think that'd be cool. All right, so now we go back up to some of this stuff. That one we call good. What is this editor up to? All right, let me get some music going. God, and I really like this album. Yeah, I need to pay for this one. All right, so here we are on CF Please. That doesn't take us to the edit page yet. It should. We'll do that here in a second. So then here on the details page, edit this / edit. Signal Void. I'm trying to remember what album. Oh, that was the album we just played. Yeah, that was solely the album we just played. I like that one because that first song starts out nice and crunchy. Interesting. So the problem with that is we are not updating. Yep. Okay, so inside of our form, we need to update the form if conference changes. So and yeah, what's up, Fivel? All right, there we go. So maybe we do that. Will it blend? Do we think I just nailed it first try? No look, 360, no scope? That looks like a no. Be a whole lot cooler if I did. Yeah, I shaved the mustache. I've been meaning to do it for a bit. Like it's pretty much always just an experiment. I was really getting used to it though. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's worth it. We can give it another try maybe next year or later this year. Tomorrow. Right. Nah, you're right. There were some times where I didn't get carded, and that was interesting. That's pretty rare. Hmm. Oh. All right, so we do the put. We do see update conference undefined there, which is no good. So we'll figure that out. Tomorrow you're getting rid of your mustache and beard? Okay. I'm a trendsetter. Now it's just probably one of those things like it's too hot for the summer, right? What's the issue there, Celestial? Yeah, let's rubber duck it. Jesus. All right, we see ID there, which is good. Okay, hold on. There's a heads-up display tied to the body that has elements related to the mind's martial art skill. When you remove the martial art from the mind, it removes the skills from the body but leaves the heads-up display. If you try to remove the HUD, it complains since the mind was already removed from the body. This is some game stuff. Okay. And is this related to, like, are you the one that plays that one, like, older game? Am I mixing that up? The Space Station 13 thing. Yeah. Okay. That's right. That's right. Cool. Just making sure. So it's a Space Station 13 problem then, right? Can you not just remove the heads up display before you remove it from the body? That sounds like a problem with the unit test puppets. Right? They should probably mock that system and then just do a no-op. Yeah, seems to me like the heads-up display stuff should happen first. Why would you be afraid of an if statement? Okay, you know, I'm scared of spiders, but that's totally understandable. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not liking if statements sounds strange to me, right? Like, it's just conditional logic. Conditional logic has to happen. All right, so we at least fixed that bit, but it's not actually our problem here. Something about the update. Oh. Yeah, we forgot to await it. Air brakes. And that's why that was getting canceled. So now, if we go back and try again, 422 unprocessable content about why. And littering and because all this happens, it goes to the adapter. Input file. That looks right. Okay, so what's our error? SHA wasn't supplied. That's right. Oh, yeah. So we're passing it to the function, but we're not adding it here. There we go. All right. So yeah, I don't think I was expecting to hammer out the update logic that quick. Now we just need to start doing talks, associating talks with conferences. Yeah. All right. So now we need to do the talk stuff. Hold on. We got one bug on the top level page. For conferences, the edit button is not going where we want it. Oh, wrong one. Am I going to be participating in a conference? Yeah, I've got a bunch of them accepted. So let's see. I'll be doing a lightning talk at Cascadia JS. I have been accepted for Commit Your Code conference, which we have listed here. I'll be doing a full talk about Git cracking stuff. For that one, it's our migration from Flow to TypeScript. For it's called Git Merge. It's a GitHub conference. That one I'll be talking about the path to 40 million installs, the GitLens story. Those are the big three I've been accepted for so far. Been denied for the others I've done so far. Let me double check. Gotta double check my email. Because I almost forgot some of that. Okay, yeah, so we're good there. But yeah, no, I think giving presentations is actually kind of easy. Yeah, the more you do it, the easier it gets. Yeah, I think one big thing is you never get, like, you never lose that adrenaline rush. You learn to like it. That adrenaline rush is great. All right, so yeah, now time for talks. This should go quicker because we don't have engine concerns, but we do need to think about like what's in a talk. We need to get the lists going. We don't have anything to put on this page yet, but we do need to do the whole, if you have any, show the, or if you don't have any, show the card so that you can create them. And then we need like the plus button there. We probably want to make this bigger. We can do that later. All right, so we wrap it in a div. But yeah. Um yeah, it makes sense, type error. Another big thing is like it's okay to say I don't know. Right? Giving a talk doesn't mean like you're the end all be all expert. All right. So then yes, we need to start creating a talk details form. Before we get too deep, let's get the empty page stuff. All right, so we see tabs. For starting a web dev multi-stream? What do you mean by a multi-stream? Like multiple people? Okay. And when you say what would be my advice, like what are you looking for? Can you be more specific? Solid joke there, Gordazo. I mean, my advice, start. Do it. Like, I don't know. You got to be more specific with your question. Like, is that what you're asking? Are you asking for the mechanism, right? Like, people are going to be guessing at what you meant. Like, I'm not going to guess. You be more specific. I would say definitely not restream, though. But we don't know that's the question they're asking. Okay. See? That's way more specific. See what I mean, though, type error? Like, making that assumption just, you know, you just wasted thought process on it. Now, you know, how much of a waste is it? Not a big deal, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when someone asks a vague question, don't guess at what they were actually asking. Make them be more specific. In general, Van Choi, when you are doing stream content, you need to actually interact with chat. So when someone says hi, you say hi back. When someone asks a question, you engage, but, you know, no one forces you to engage a certain way. And it depends on the kind of stream you want to have. Is this the kind of stream you want to do? Where it's you just build side projects and you hang out? Yeah, I have a lot of experience and I can tell you how to do that. But if you want to do something more like the Primogen, well, that's just a totally different thing. Yes, in general, you're not going to have people watching. The sooner you start, the quicker you get beyond that. Don't worry about crafting the perfect content if you don't even have an audience. So, yes, what Celestial is saying there is talk about what you're doing, even if there's no one there. Right? Narrate your process. Say out loud what you're thinking. Doesn't mean you got to talk nonstop, but, you know, treat it like radio, where there should rarely, if ever, be 30 seconds of silence. Hold on 1 second. Okay, one quick thing. Sorry, just quick coworker thing. Camera shyness, that's a big challenge. So, I mean, another thing you could do there, Van Choi, is you could have one of those, you could have like an avatar of some kind. A stream to check out for those kinds of avatars is L colon Q, I think. L clonk. Yeah. So, right? You don't have to have your face on screen, but you do need something that people can kind of interact with. So you could do that. You could do what is known as a VTuber. You could do a PNG tuber. Like, there's a bunch of ways that you can make it work without having to show your face on screen. I would simply say, though, like, get over it. No one cares. It's fine. right? Like you're going to care way more than other people. Yeah, yeah, I real. I don't know if everyone here remembers or has even been here long enough, but for April Fools, like a couple years ago, I did like a flapping head South Park thing, and that was super fun. I need to get that going again. That was fun. Like the South Park Canadian. Yeah, exactly. Do I still have that somewhere? I think it's broken right now, but let me just see if I have it. Yeah, like it's wired up to the wrong audio or something. Yeah, it might be listening to the wrong audio. I don't know. It looks like it's set to the right source. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's just something broken about it. Because it was listening for the microphone and all that. Oh, absolutely. Like your OBS becomes an archive of all the things you've ever done. Right? Like I still have my soft giving alerts, which don't show anywhere. Oh, those are the alerts. Did I have anything else? Oh man, yeah, dude, I got so much like junk in my OBS right now. Oh, Algora ads. We still had those. Yeah, yeah, we just got a bunch of junk in there. Um, talking in front of a camera? I don't know. Just do it. Like you're basically by yourself anyway. And Dexter said it best. Just do it. Which Dexter? Is that Dexter from like Dexter's Lab, or is that Dexter like knife and saran wrap Dexter? Ah, the episode where he speaks French. Yeah, I don't. I know I've seen some episodes. I haven't seen that one, or I don't remember it. Take your shit and put it in a little box, right? Like get your shit together. Yeah, like right? Like wrap that shit up. All right. So yeah, this page we will have an on delete at some point. It'll be for talks. Actually, no, we can do that part. We don't need to leave it commented. Ooh, all right, but we do have something slightly wrong here. And it's actually over on the other one too. What we want to be doing is use the engine, not GHaaD directly. Does it mean that much? No. But yeah, it means that we're not using the engine properly. Const u or engine use GHaaD. Oh wait. So that one we don't care about that yet. Hold on, did I edit the wrong thing? No, we're good there. Cool. But I do need to then go do this same thing over on that other page. But yeah, Van Choi, what I would say is like check out the streams that mirror most what you want to do and really take notes. So if you want to do a stream like the way the Primogen does it, take notes, see what you like and dislike about it. You know, if you want to do it more like Theo or El Clonk or me or whatever, right? Like start taking notes about the things that you like about the stream, right? The more critical you get that way, the more you can understand what you want to do with yours. Yeah, he's on Twitter. He doesn't stream anymore. I think he's like a CTO of some company, and that's like his main focus. I think he also has a girlfriend, but that's maybe doxing a little too much. I think it's something I've seen online though. Like he's mentioned it in tweets. Like it's the only way I would find out about that at all anyway, right? Like I don't keep in touch with him, so I can't possibly dox him in a way that he hasn't doxed himself. Yeah, I think another big thing is he got banned from Twitch at one point for doxing. And like, yeah, Twitch really does need to understand that some people are hanging on by a thread with their streams, and the moment you ban them for something like that, you may never get them back. Very similar for like Algo Bro. He applied for partner, didn't get it, and he's basically given up. Now, it's not the only reason he's given up, but that was a big part of it, I think. Whether he wants to admit that or not. The timing is just way too suspect. And what's up, Crashed My Bike? How you doing? Badman, you've never seen Algo Bro? Or you just haven't seen him in a while? Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, he's without doxing anything, he finally has like a personal life. Like in person, like he has friends, etc. in a way that he's been very forthcoming about. He's been less of that kind of person, right? So he's really enjoying having like a real social life, which is cool. Like more power to him. Oh, hold on. I think I know the fix. No, we're doing talk schema. Why does it think this is collection? Hmm. Oh, it's because we. Yeah. So there's that effect. No, this is not it. So it's the on delete here. Hmm. Yeah. So that's what I'm messing up. It's actually still over in the engine. The value we're returning. Right, we're not going to return T. We're returning T validator. Right, so now it just thinks it's any, which is wrong. Um, oh, and no, technically that's wrong anyway. So it's going to come back as any. We want the z dot infer around it. Yep. All right, so I still don't think that fixes what we've got elsewhere. Yeah, see, so that makes it an any. Now, if we were to do this, So wait, why is talk collection not auto importable? Oh, type of. So for some reason, the validator doesn't make it through when we pass the types this way. I feel like there's got to be some better way of doing this then. No matter what, it's just going to come back as any. Which maybe isn't the end of the world. Because it's still strictly typed here. I think a bunch of like as const stuff would do it. But that can be something that we do as like a refactor at some point. So let me go double check that. If we look at collection here, there's basically nothing about collection. Nothing that needs to be a class. So if we turned this into an interface and then did as const stuff on it, I think we'd be good. I don't want to fiddle with that until we're at a point where I want to commit everything we've done so far. So let's do the talk stuff first. And then fiddling with that would be like a good fun experiment. But real quick, I do have to use the restroom. Let's make sure I'm not going to leave you in silence while I do so. Yeah, we got plenty of music left. So yeah, let me go pee. I will be right back. And yeah, we'll start building out the talk form, right? Like creating a new talk. So we got to look at the schema and figure out some of that. So I'll be right back. See you in a second. Yeah. All right. So we won't fiddle with that yet, but let's go back and start building out these things. So we see talks. We've got this page. Clicking either one of these buttons should take us to talks new, and that page is empty. All right. So then this page is where we end up wanting the form. All right, so everywhere we're doing conference, it becomes talk. Let's see. This seems way off, though. It should be inferring that type better. So then, yeah, let's look at talk schema. Oh, that would be why. So yeah, I want to fix this part too. Wrong thing. All right, so yeah, new talk. We need to get the form in there. Let me look at some of this other boilerplate. Yes, form goes away. All right, and then, yeah, so this... Okay, and yeah, so our talk form. Oh, yeah, I messed that one up. Right, so we create a talk, but these are the wrong fields. So we need to get the right fields. Let me look at the schema for that. So it just has the ID, title, description, outline, duration in minutes. So this is maybe like ideal duration minutes. And then when we actually attach a talk, that's where we decide whether it's a lightning talk or a full talk. Right? So like actual minutes. Yeah, so this form's pretty straightforward. Let's look at it again. Let's think about the layout. So it'll be title, description will be a text area, outline will also be a text area, and ideal duration minutes is just a number input. So I almost want to put I'm trying to think about like where ideal duration minutes would go because like it shouldn't be like a full length field, right? So maybe it'll go just next to title. So title here, smaller duration. And then the two text fields. Call it good for now, right? We don't need to make it too complicated. All right, so name at least we can repurpose as just title. Let me pour some more water. So ideal duration minutes. Type is number. We need to do the default values. We want to add this class name to that wrapping div. But it's actually going to look wrong. And the W full goes on the form item, not the form field. And then this one, we'll do W, I don't know, 150. $200. And yeah, I'm not sure a lot of these descriptions are actually necessary, but yeah, I think that's fine. Good enough. All right, so then, yeah, start date, end date. I'll just get rid of both of those. We can get rid of location. And then, yeah, description. We actually do care about a description. URL, we don't care about. So then, yeah, we just duplicate this. That becomes outline. All right, pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's go back to the page that it's on and make sure that we're creating the item. Add to collection, talks, added talk, router.push. Yeah, I think that should actually work. So let's add one of these talks. The path to 40 million installs. The history of GitLens. Ideal duration 30 minutes. I don't care about typing all this out. Expected number received string. Right. Right. What's the correct way to do that with React hook form? I think I have to refresh it, which means empty. So, yep, nope. Wait, what? Oh, Wait, what's going on here? Why would that event? Oh, because we're doing the default value there. Hmm. Yeah, okay. That'll be better. So we'll convert it to a number if we have a value. So then if I refresh, we're at 0. Yes, that's where we get into that as an issue. We need to let it be undefined. Okay. All right, so we see on submit. All right, we're passing on submit to there. Let's try that. And what's up, program? How you doing? So we're not seeing the form get submit. Why? Not getting any log value there. Changing from uncontrolled to controlled. Is it because of that? It just seems like that button's not wired up right. Okay. I'm sure it's going to be pretty obvious once we figure it out. But it's not obvious yet. I think it's this. But we're calling field.onChange, so that shouldn't be the biggest issue there. Hmm. See, that's the way they're recommending it too. Oh no. All right. Well, that's fun. Hmm. So we're still getting that problem. All right, so we're able to get that. Oh, hold on. Sorry, 1 second. Coworker's asking for something. I gotta help him here. It's my job. Man, yeah, sorry. Okay, so I need to come up with a description of GitKraken's MCP server. Let's see. And yeah, what's up, Fool Dev? How you doing? Let's noodle on it real quick. Let me just think about this. MCP server. Right. So basically, I'm looking at some of the stuff they got. Like I gotta hammer out some copy here for an email that'll go out tomorrow. Enhance the capabilities of AI-powered tools with the power of MCP. Or, hold on. AI, give your AI tools the power of GitKraken. Right, give your AI tools the power of GitKraken by extending their functionality with the GitKraken MCP server. Maybe with our MCP server. Let tools like VS Code Copilot, Cursor, and more perform complex operations on your behalf with your and fully utilize existing integrations with ease. Something like that. Give your AI tools the power of GitKraken by extending their functionality with our MCP server. Let tools like VS Code Copilot, Cursor, and more perform complex operations on your behalf and fully complex Git operations on your behalf and fully utilize your existing integrations with ease. Okay, yeah, I like that. All right, there we go. So, you just started building one for work. Nice. Yeah, it's actually really interesting how simple it is to build an MCP server. But yeah, how you doing, Steve-O? It's been a little while. Been distracted from streams by hobbies and work. That's fine. Like, yeah, no stress. What fun hobby stuff you been doing lately? I do need to go pour some more water. I'm going to turn the oven on and eat a slice of pizza, too. And I can probably pour a whiskey. A whiskey, because I'm going out. It is the perfect temperature here in Washington right now. Just so good. Like, it's just a little bit chilly out. I've got my window closed right now, even. It's just perfect. Yeah, you can post links. Pretty sure you've tried before. This does kind of dox you, though. You're okay with that, right? Like, you did post it. But, okay, just making sure. So yeah, your kids were talking about a game, something they made up. Intrigued, you asked about the genre and broad strokes. Kitty Cat Castle is a pixel art, side-scrolling tower defense Metroidvania. Oh my god, that's so much. Where aliens try to steal a magic sardine. That's awesome, dude. No, this is great. I like this. How do you stop them? No, this is cool though, man. No, I like this. Dude, this is fun. What'd you make it in? Like, what framework and all that stuff? And dude, this is huge, man. So I'm guessing hashtags are a big thing on Blue Sky then, huh? And shit, I should have followed you ages ago. My bad. Uh, Godot. Nice. Dude, this is huge. You're like famous. That's a shitload of likes, dude. That's a shitload of likes for Blue Sky. Okay, so I should start tagging stuff. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, okay. Good call. Do you just generally look for like what popular hashtags there are? Dude, genius. You just threw the tags on just for the sake of it? Yeah, no, cool. What's all this about? I got some follows? Hey, nice. Yeah, and I'll be moving back to the AT Proto thing real soon, for sure. I just want to finish the one thing I'm doing. Yeah, hashtags are a game changer on Blue Sky. That is really good to know. Because, yeah, there's no algorithm. So, like, that's the only way to get it outside of your own circle. Huge, huge. Good call, man. Yeah, on X, they do nothing because X is fully algorithm driven. Yeah. I'm curious about how LinkedIn treats it. Like, does LinkedIn value hashtags? I haven't messed with it. But, dude, yeah, this is awesome, man. Good work. This looks Super goofy and fun. All right, so that was the end of that album. Let's do another. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Yeah, that's a good note. I keep forgetting about that on Blue Sky. But yeah, that game looks super fun, man. Congratulations. Yeah, the thing I'm building right now was meant to be temporary, like just a quick week, quick side project, in and out, no big deal. No, quick side project, in and out, no big deal. But yeah, speaking of MCP servers, you were surprised about the prompt endpoint concept, but then it made sense when you thought about it. Yeah, like you can have like finely crafted prompts for your server, right? So it's not just tools. There's prompts, tools, and resources, right? So yeah, being able to provide that stuff adds a lot of like value. Yeah, exactly. Oh, did I turn off streamer mode? Oh, looks like I did. There we go. All right, so I got a slice of pizza that I'll be throwing in the oven real quick. Only takes a couple minutes. Oven should be heating up. So yeah, what is the deal? This button, we're getting like the out of it. Talk description, outline, ideal duration, minutes. Oh. So we see Zod optional for that one. That's it. ID is required. So I messed that up in the schema. Yep, that was it. That was it. That was it. There we go. Okay. So we don't have talks getting shown on this page yet. But we can fix that. So that was the whole issue. We had a field that was labeled as required, but we weren't rendering the field, so we weren't seeing any output in the page. That was annoying. All right. So yeah, we can get rid of some of these log statements. Let's see. Nope. It's doing everything from the talks. All right, so yeah, talks don't have a title. Yes, I did see the news about Spaceballs too. Yep. I haven't seen like I didn't watch the thing. I just saw the posts. Elicum, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right. Yeah, let's bring in all missing imports. Why not? Talk dates though. Uh, I knew it. All right. So then here we've got just the one thing. All right. So we see this card. We've got talk card. How are we doing it for conferences? That's right. So we got that UL. Okay, so yeah, we'll do something like that. We'll add the description in. And real quick. So yeah, the MCP server was dead simple. The client side is simple too, but can be more tricky if building an agent, etc. Yeah, I haven't tried building like an agent or even the client because really all you need to do is expose the server and like cursor, etc. Totally got it, right? Like problem solved. So I'm curious like why you even needed to build like a client. Yeah, I'm really curious about that now. Give me a second. Let me go throw this slice of pepperoni into the oven. It smells like it's up to temperature. Man, that is the weakest pepperoni slice. I didn't even look at it yesterday, and I should have. It's the weakest pepperoni slice I've ever gotten from Big Mario's. Okay, so you're building an AI app that will build a custom playlist of music. You have a huge database of music, so you're making an MCP server in front of the already made search API so the AI can do it. Okay. So, yes, you need to build a client to hit that. Interesting. Okay. Right. So, it's not necessarily to integrate with Cursor or Copilot or any of that stuff. Right. Yours is consumer focused. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So, if we go and look at this, though, I think I'm back to wanting the button in the upper right. Interesting. Yeah, makes sense. All right. So yeah. Yeah, we'll move the buttons back to the upper right corner. I don't think they need to be in the bottom left. In the talk card, though, right, as part of the content, boom. Super Maven nailed it on that one. But yeah, let's move the drop down out of the footer. You know what? Maybe we just leave it in the bottom because it's easier. Keeps it consistent between the two pages. All right, let me go grab this slice of pizza. It should be warmed up by now. Yep, it's heated up. It's a little warm. No need to burn my tongue. All right, so yeah, we've got talks. So a big part of this is we still need all of the conferences fetched so that we can check to see. And maybe that's why it's good. Hold on. So maybe this is why it's good that we have this space, because we can have this, right? Like 4 conferences as like a pill in the corner. We need to get that conference's number. But then if the user, like, so basically what we want to do is if they go to delete the talk, what we can do, yeah, all right. So we'll allow people to delete a talk, even if it's part of a conference, right? If a conference has it in the proposed talks, we'll still list it in the proposed talks, but then we would go through and, right, it would be part of the proposed talks count, but then on the conference like details page, we would just show deleted for one that's not in our list. I think I like that. Yeah, so we'll allow people to delete a conference, but we do still maybe want to have a count of conferences per talk. So this page does still need to be aware of conferences and fetching those. One second, Welcome. Let me get another album going. All right, so your question is, what is my process before I start development? You're a very detailed person, but you get caught up in planning too much before starting dev, and then you get demotivated because you don't actually see anything. How to balance planning versus development and reduce throwaway work. Well, I don't know if this is going to reduce throwaway work, but the idea is you can just start building, right? Focus on building an MVP. I'm willing to bet money that in your planning, you're not focusing on the minimum viable product. You're focusing on what you think needs to be there, right? So I think you need to be more aware of scope creep. So that might be it, right? In your planning, really focus on what needs to be there and what doesn't. Sonic on YouTube, the crud that I'm doing doesn't deal with any typical database. The main thing we're building Sonic is its own specific back-end replacement of treating GitHub or GitLab or whatever as the back end. AI tools don't know how to do that because it doesn't exist. So yeah, you can rely on Cursor all you want, but it'll only ever create things that obviously exist. The thing I'm building doesn't exist. So Welcome. That sounds like a nice problem to have. Sonic, no, I don't want to pass documentation because I need to make an API or I need to make an application library that's going to work for not just GitHub. So I could pass GitHub's docs, I could pass GitLabs, I could pass all that. Or I could just build it. You vibe coders are insufferable, man. Sonic, in the time you've been watching me, you could have built it too. Why didn't you? Yeah, I mean, the acronym that young Steve-O just used is you aren't going to need it. The hardest part of building an application isn't actually building the application. It's finding users and solving their problem. Which is why I laugh at the vibe coders like Sonic on YouTube. Yeah, no worries, Welcome. I think no matter what, build something that solves a problem. I can always rebuild later. Putting time into a database migration is way less effort than planning out every little detail. CF Please is a proof of concept for the Oh-My-GHaaD thing I'm building. Yeah, exactly, Arbo. Yeah. So CF Please is just a way for me and the rest of the marketing team at GetKraken to track conferences and proposals. That basic idea of an application, yes, you could vibe code like Sonic is suggesting over on YouTube, right? That's not the important part. The part I'm building is the library or the framework for building applications like that. Whatever you say, Sonic. You are really, really annoying, and I just don't like chatting with you. I'm tired of your disruptive comments. So yeah, people here on YouTube, or not on YouTube, on Twitch, I'm building out what is essentially a framework or a library for building Git hosting centric applications, meaning your JSON lives in a GitHub repo. Your permissions are managed by GitHub. Your authentication of like, is this a real user, is handled by GitHub. All of that stuff offloaded to become what is essentially a serverless application. It's not fully serverless because GitHub requires the OAuth token flow to go through a server with a secret because they don't support the implicit flow. But other than that, there's one endpoint I have to build for the backend, and the rest is GitHub handling the backend. Yep. And then extrapolate that I'm building the library in a way that you build and write adapters. So maybe someone thinks of an entirely different adapter. All right, that's fine, cool. But I can write a GitHub one, a GitLab one would be pretty easy. Bitbucket, Azure DevOps, super easy. We're just doing like the MVP of GitHub. And then eventually we'll try some of the others to make sure that the library is agnostic enough to support both with its abstractions. And then from there, other people can decide what apps they want to build, etc. And I am just so sick of the vibe coders like Sonic getting in there and complaining that me typing out Tailwind classes is wasting a lot of time when instead, no, I'm thinking about how I want to actually lay this stuff out. It's just really annoying dealing with people like that. I mean, I'm using SuperMaven to autocomplete a lot of that shit anyway. It's not like it takes me that much time. What takes me the time is thinking about the application I want to build. Maybe they are. I just think they're insufferable, and they've kept harping on that same line of questioning like all week, and I'm sick of it. Right? Like I'm using SuperMaven to autocomplete all sorts of stuff, and it's speeding me up. But I still get to think about the application I'm building rather than like the brainless vibe coders of the world. I'm not saying all vibe coders are, but the brainless ones are brainless. I'd rather criticize someone else's development process than actually do the dev themselves. Because they don't actually have any ideas. That's the problem. Do you think in a million years Sonic would have actually thought of this idea of abstracting out the APIs of GitHub and GitLab as its own serverless abstraction? No. No way in hell. So have fun, vibe coders. I'm not anti-AI, I'm anti the AI fanboys. They're just as bad as the NFT bros. Why learn how to paint when you can just have Midjourney generate a painting for you? Because the act of painting is fun. Why learn how to snowboard when you can just watch a snowboard video? Because the act of snowboarding is fun. Why learn how to play guitar? There's only 13 notes or whatever. 14, whatever. Right? All the songs have been made. Why write a movie? All the plot lines have been written. Why write poetry when you can just let AI generate it for you? That's how I view vibe coders, like the loud ones, the annoying ones. There are others who understand what it's for. And then there's people like Sonic. But we'll stop harping on them. Yeah, money for nothing. Exactly. I want my MTV. We got these in-store microwave ovens. Custom kitchen delivery. Hell yeah. Dude, that is a solid reference there, Steve-O. Very, very solid reference. All right, we're going to do one more of these. I do have an event I want to get to in Seattle. I can show up a little late. Like it starts at 6. We can be fashionably late by like an hour. I'd be okay with that. But yeah, how's everyone doing? How's your pre-Friday going? It's 8:40 where you're at. Yeah, East Coaster, eh? Yeah, it's only 5:40 where I'm at. And if I do wait like an hour, yeah, the lift into the city is like $20 cheaper too. Yeah, Steve-O. I mean, is it though? Couldn't you just have cursor generate Zod? No, you could. I'm just I'm still just so annoyed by that person. Right? Yeah, to call it simple is to ignore the fact that it's gone through so many iterations, right? It's on version 4 and it's grown massively since its initial version. Just early this year? Yeah, I mean, in general, any one of these editors works. Or not editors, sorry, validators. Right? So Valibot, I think, is another one. Pretty sure the Valibot person came into chat at one point, like hyping up their tool. And I was like, why would I use this over Zod? I'm still not sold. There's just so much stuff that's made to work with Zod, you know? Back from WWDC. Nice. Yeah, you were right there, like in the thick of it with the liquid glass stuff, right? Yeah, no, Colin is really good at what he does, for sure. And he's really humble about it, too. So, yeah, he's a good dude. Ooh, so I want to do this. Hold on. How do I want to do this? Oh, and hold on. Looks really cool in person, but you don't think it's going to be practical, especially when your company has a sister Android app and now there are two specifically different designs. Yeah, that's always been the problem, which is really where I think like React Native shines. If you want to maintain brand consistency across platforms, that's like the value of React Native. If you want to make something that looks like an iOS or an Android app, well then yeah, writing like purely native makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, like keeping multiple different platform versions of an app in sync. Well, yeah, that's why you would use a cross-platform framework. But yeah, something to think about. All right, so you're exploring converting existing iOS and Android apps to React Native to cut costs, but then again, you have to rebuild. Yeah, it's like it's to cut maintenance costs though, right? Which is definitely a different thing. Now I get that, Strawberry. And hey, what the hell, Strawberry? You didn't come to the meetup last week. What the hell? I'm kidding. It's fine. I brought a sticker sheet just for you. It's all right. Well, we're planning on hosting another at some point. You were up till 3 a.m. the night before. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. It's fine. Yeah, I'll let you know when we have another one. Yeah, we had something like 20-ish people there. Um, Keegan showed up and recorded it. I haven't seen the recording of that yet, but yeah, it was fun. Uh, yeah, I had a blast. Thought it was cool. Yeah, it's getting late for you. I get it. Yeah, no worries, Steve. Yeah, your game looks amazing, man. And yeah, I just gave you a follow back on Blue Sky, so I should be able to see some of that stuff as you iterate on it. And yeah, I do appreciate that because really, for me, the building is part of the fun. It really is. I got these ideas, man. Right? When you see my Trello board, it should make sense that I'm an ideas guy that decided to become a coder, not the other way around. So yeah, the part that I'm thinking about here is we want to we want to create a count. Yeah, we want to create like a map, like a count of conferences. So what we're going to do here is const talk or conference talks map or talk conference counts. It's a little verbose, but whatever. And it's just a string to a number. Yep. Boom. All right. Yeah. Super Maven nailed it with that one. Yeah. Super Maven nailed it on that. There we go. All right. So then conference count. All right. So then this is talk conference counts map talk ID. Do I like Framer motion? I haven't used it myself much. I'm a front end dev, by trade, like for the past 10 years or so, before I became a developer advocate. But most of it didn't involve like heavy animation stuff. When I say I'm a front end dev, I'm pretty damn good at building out applications that I think are maintainable and like how the data is structured, right? When to fetch the data, like just overall application like architecture. Interceptors and like all that shit, right? Like the logic of the application, how you manage state. Those things I'm quite good at, I think. But when it comes to like the really like the ephemeral like animation type stuff, that's not my skill set. So yes, I've never felt a need to reach for framer motion. Most of the times, like a designer just hands off, like a Figma or worst case scenario, a Photoshop doc. And you recreate that as the CSS. By the way, which you're not going to do vibe coding Sonic. Not yet, at least. So yeah, like just translating designer like documentation, Figma, etc., into a workable application that is responsive and works on a bunch of different screens. That's kind of my bread and butter. No, I know what you're talking about, framer motion, but it's for doing like animation type stuff that I've never felt necessary and no designer has ever forced me to use or to recreate. In general, I've been able to get away with just pretty standard CSS transitions. It's very rare I even have to go to like a CSS animation. Framer motion is for stuff that goes beyond regular old CSS. And I've never had a need for that. Like ever. At any application I've ever built. So that's what I'm saying, Mahat. Like, framer motion seems really cool, but it just doesn't solve any problems I've ever had. I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm just saying it's not useful to me, which is a big difference. What is the best library that I like in React? It depends on the use case. Like, I don't know, naming off libraries just isn't valuable. Do you have a specific kind of library? Well, then we can talk. Like state management, whatever. Sure. All right, so in here is where we want to create that badge. Badges? Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Oh, that is the wrong badge, actually, though. All right, so this talk has been proposed to 0 conferences. What I think I want to do there is yep, there we go. Let's see what it recommends here. Green, greater than 0. Sure. Messing with styles now? No, no. Like, that was like the quickest and easiest thing to just change the coloring there. But what we want to do is get to, like, here we can go details. We don't have a details page for this yet, and we should. And this is where some vibe coding or V0 or something might come into play. Sure. We could totally do that. I don't think we need to right now, but we totally could. Shit. Hold on. I forgot to turn off my oven. Let me go do that. No, we're good. I turned it off when I pulled the pizza. Let me open up this window. It's warm in the. Ooh, okay, there we go. And I'm back. Aw, thanks, Hawk. I don't know about that. I can be a jerk. I'm typically a jerk to jerks, but not always. Not always. But yeah, thanks. I do appreciate that, Hawk. No, no, no. I get it, man. No, I appreciate you. It's the music more than anything, right? I can accept that. Here's one thing I want to do before we do the details page. Let's do the edit page, right? Because, yeah, sure, it exists, but we're not doing anything, right? Dude, yeah, Krispy Kreme donuts are amazing. I haven't had one for years. Oh, really? All right. Well, what did you learn today? That it's perfectly acceptable to mix, a bunch of water into a whiskey? There you go. Lesson learned. We do have Krispy Kreme in Seattle. I know there's one. I know there's one like south of Seattle ish. Like, I don't know. Let's just Google it real quick. I know of one. I don't think there's one here in Redmond. Okay, so yeah, here's the one. Oh, that's not the one I was thinking of. I must be thinking of the Tacoma one? No way. Really? There's no way I'm thinking of the Tacoma one. The one I'm thinking of must have closed. No way. God, it could be the Tacoma one. Did my friends and I really drive that fucking far for Krispy Kremes back in the day? I don't think we did. I don't think that's it. No, I think there's another one that must have closed. There's no way. There's no way. Now, granted, I smoked a bit of the weed, like heading there. Yeah, no, I feel like it was actually. I feel like it was down near like Renton or something. But no, because you can't see the Renton Mall from the highway. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But it wasn't this location. And it definitely wasn't the north one. It definitely wasn't out in Sammamish. Right, G-Bone? But no, there was one, like, I swear it was, like, somewhere between, like, Kent and, like, I-90, right? Yeah, the one I'm thinking of must have closed. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, G-Bone, haven't seen you in ages, man. How you doing? Yeah, the one on Aurora and near Kent. Yeah, for some reason that one doesn't come up anymore. Yeah, I thought it was down near Kent. Like, was it on Highway 99? I remember seeing it from I-5. But yeah, like, so that would put it, like, down around this, like, junction. Which sounds about right to me. But it looks like it's not there anymore. I remember in high school smoking so much weed and then going to Krispy Kreme. Like when it first opened. Like, yeah, I swear the Kent one was like the first one here in Washington. And the fact that it's not there is crazy. But oh well, whatever. Um there was one downtown. Well, the one downtown I think you were recognizing. Yeah, yeah. No, no. Yeah, that's the one, right? That's the downtown one you're thinking of, I bet. Like, so it's more like down near like the stadium. Pretty sure that's the one you were thinking of downtown, right? And yeah, sorry about the life stuff. I hope it gets better. So Hawk, you're saying in the dough itself. So you're saying like a cake donut versus a biscuit donut. Because if y'all don't know, there's basically just only two types of like donuts at the base level. There's the cake ones that are that like thick, like cakey donut, and then there's like the airy, like squish them and till they're flat and they're like a pan like just super thin. Those are biscuit dough. So if you ever want to make donuts at home, it's just biscuit dough, right? So you can make biscuit dough at home, flatten it out, cut out the donut, or however you want to make it, and then just throw it into a deep fryer. And bam, you got yourself like your own homemade Krispy Kremes. If you want to be lazy about it, you get the Pillsbury biscuits, not the Southern style biscuits, right? Because they're too buttery, right? Not the butter biscuits, but like, I don't even know if they make them anymore, but the old school Pillsbury, like tin of biscuits, you just take one of those, pop a hole in it and stretch it a bit, throw it into a deep fryer, and then toss that in sugar. Good to go. Like, good to go. You got yourself some really good homemade donuts. It's just biscuit dough. Maybe they do. It's just not quite the same because it's a little more effort to get into the shape you want. I haven't tried it. I haven't looked. Like, maybe for my birthday, I'll treat myself. For my birthday, I'll treat myself. It's in 2 weeks, June 27th. I will be requesting it off of work. I need to do that now, actually. It's a Friday. Birthday on a Friday? Ooh, buddy, stream's gonna be fun. But strawberry, what you're getting at, yeah, like the pastry, like the puff pastry, like flat stuff. I saw someone make their own like homemade like toaster strudels. Or technically it was their own like homemade Pop Tarts, but they did it toaster strudel like style. And that looked really good too. Hey, thanks for the bits. You miss bread? Are you also going like low carb slash? Well, I'm not going no carb, but I try not to eat too much bread. Oh, you have celiac. Brutal. That's rough, man. That's rough. Strawberry donut, one of your favorites? Okay. I think it's pretty hard to find a bad donut. All right. I'm not even sure it exists. Right? Like, it may not be your favorite thing, but have you ever had a bad donut? I don't like jelly filled. I'll, I'll still eat it given the right moment. Are we ordering donuts right now? No. No. Next time I drive to Portland, I'm picking some up as I pass through Tacoma. Big brain. All right, I'm doing another one of these. Fuck it. Why not? I'm not driving. We'll do a light one. So, talented. Anyone down to critique a landing page, give feedback if it's better than old existing? We do have a channel for that kind of feedback. Yeah, programming feedback is a channel we got. Ooh, all right. So I'm seeing a thing here. Basically, 2.5 hour Cloudflare outage today was due to KV going down, which many of Cloudflare's products are built on. KV went down because of an upstream vendor. Is this Google as they were down at the same time? And then someone chimes in, yes, my poor understanding is they use GCP for KV persistence because their own R2 relies on KV and they can't have circular infra. So that's interesting. Cloudflare is heavily built on top of GCP. I don't think anyone would have ever guessed that. Did anyone else know that? Yeah, right? So Cloudflare and Google together went down, and it brought down the entire internet for like an. They said 2.5 hours. I feel like it was quicker than that, but you never know. So that's how you found out your shit doesn't handle 500. 500, said Panda. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, not the end of the world, but could be better. All right, so then if we look at it, update in collection, talks, etc. All right, so we got updates working. No big deal. We probably need to get the details page going now, because that's empty. But do we have to do that today? Let me at least go use the restroom and think about what we're doing, right? What we're working on. Because I do have an event I want to go to in Seattle. It's going to take at least a half hour to get there. Yeah, I still got some time. And wait, Hawk, who's creating their own forum? I'm not creating a forum. I can't even think of a project I built that was a forum. Yeah, I'm not even sure what that reference is. The core thing we're building is this. The application we're building is to prove out the idea of the library that we built towards that goal. So yeah, read what Nightbot just said. That's the main thing we're building, and we're just building this like CFP tracker as a proof of concept for that. Maybe, yeah. At some point, we need to make some docs, and we'll probably vibe code the docs. I think we could let Cursor take it away on the README at the bare minimum. Yeah, like it's definitely not something you would build a large scale application for. You can absolutely build internal and small scale applications on top of treating Git like the hosting provider. No, so slightly different there, Clam. Now, I don't think vibe coding fits that bill. Like, especially not for what we're doing. If your app is glorified create, read, update, delete, sure. But that's only if it fits into a very narrow box of what you classify as create, read, update, delete. We already argued with someone about this like an hour ago. We blocked them on YouTube. The idea is we're building a library, so no LLM is going to understand that library enough. I don't trust Cursor enough to do that. While we were building out the application, we realized that the library needed to get fixed. So we're building these two things concurrently, right? Vibe coding is not good at general architecture. At some point, we could maybe create an MCP or whatever to output the documentation and help an LLM be able to scaffold an application on top of our library. But like, I don't even think we're close to done with the library yet. So nah, it's not a good fit for this. I think in general, vibe coding will help you prove an idea, but not give you something that you actually like. Not something you can maintain. Barely something you could make money off. That's my opinion. We'll see. I like vibe coding for very small, self-contained tasks. So generating documentation, like our README for the library, I would trust vibe coding for that. Building bash scripts that need to do something like record your screen and enter commands into your command line in a scripted way that you can then record and then automate and blah, blah, blah. Sure. I don't know, man. Look at all the big vibe-coded projects. They collapse under their own weight eventually. So Larobi, it's basically vibes, right? You're not looking at what's happening. You're just feeling it out, right? Like a blind person reading Braille. Like Daredevil, feeling the vibrations, but like a worse Daredevil. It's closer to like the version of Daredevil that was in The Boys, right? Like the blind guy that uses hearing, and then Homelander just claps his hands on his ears. I think that was 2 seasons ago, right? I don't think it's a big spoiler. My bad. Sorry for the spoiler. I don't think it ruins anything major plotline wise. You do know that it's coming the moment that scene happens. I don't think it diminishes the scene. And it has nothing to do with the overarching plot. So I don't know. I think it's good. I think you'll be fine, but you're right. I did kind of break my own rule. 20-year rule. That's my fault. All right, so the part where I think we're leaving off, because I do want to get into Seattle. We need to do the description page. We need to get the deletes going for conferences, and we then need to get right? Maybe not edit, wrong thing. Here in details, we just need to start listing out the proposals. So yeah, I would say tomorrow might be the last day we work on this project and the library. Not absolutely last, but last for a while because I want to get Masijo like launched. So until we finish Masijo, we're probably not going to touch CF Please or Oh-My-GHaaD. Right? But yeah, so I think tomorrow we got a good set of work ahead of us. Right? We want to fill in this section. We want to do, deleting talks, which we don't have a modal for yet. So yeah, deleting we got to do. The details page we got to do. And then we might be okay. Right? And then we'll do the documentation. We'll vibe code out some README for the library. Yeah, so I think we got a good plan of action for tomorrow. Mixed in with that, drinking whiskey. But we should probably go raid somebody. Who's streaming right now? Wow, Prime's testing Super Maven for the first time today. Really? Interesting. Did he just start? He's been going like an hour, right? But yeah, we'll go raid Prime. I don't get much of a chance to raid Prime. Cancel. Wrong Primogen. Hold on. I left off an E. That's the right one. There we go. Now we know. So yeah, let's go raid Prime, see what he's up to. And I'll be back here tomorrow. Hope you all have a great rest of your night. And yeah, let's see what's going on over in Prime's world. He's doing some Super Maven stuff. Yep, that's the autocomplete I've been using for ages. And yeah, I have a 72-month sub anniversary to shout out over there. Just crazy. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good day today. Got a lot of stuff done. I think we can probably finish up this project tomorrow. It might go into Saturday, but we should be able to switch back to Masijo here soon. So I'm going to go click that button. YouTube, thank you all for hanging out too. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream first. Later.